headlines begin in the course with an update and a suspect in a La Crosse shooting now surrendering to authorities. It happened about 9:15 Wednesday night, and this was on 10th Street in that area. It left a male victim injured. We now know the 19-year-old suspect in that shooting, Benjamin Schneider, has turned himself in, expected to be charged with attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Continuing with updates in a case you may remember from Dunn County, sentencing ordered for a woman who has pleaded guilty on charges in the death of a Boyceville man. Prosecutors say that an incident from February of 2024 was when a motorist, Barbara McLennan, went left of center on Highway 25 in Menominee as she was trying to pass another vehicle and hit a vehicle being driven by 57-year-old Tony Swanson head-on. Swanson was killed in that crash, though McLennan avoids a trial at the request of the victim's family. She's been ordered 100 hours of community service and stay out of legal trouble for the next 2 years. Meanwhile, in other headlines from the courts on a state level, the woman accused of the crash that killed 2 lacrosse players will stand trial. Andrea Bruner was in court this week for a preliminary hearing where 2 more charges were filed against her. She's pleading guilty in the case. Bruner was allegedly driving under the influence of alcohol during the car crash that killed Scott Weekend and Noah Snyder in early September. Well, if you're in the Dunn County area and looking to do some of ththose underdogs or teeter-totters to be a little nicer, Dunn County Parks this summer has a new program, and you may have noticed that the facilities have a little more stiff up to them. The kiddos hanging out, playing at the parks this summer. The county did launch their Park Power Up initiative with the program that brings county employees together every month to go to a park and do whatever's needed to improve the facilities. You can see the work that they've already done, the before and after pictures online, 715newsroom.com. And while we're outside, there are no Wonder Wheels at our local parks, but there is one in Coney Island, and now it's getting a place in the record books.
The ride, which has been a fixture in Coney Island for more than 100 years, has been added to the New York State Historic Business Preservation Registry. State Senator Jessica Scarcella Stanton says it deserves to be protected, noting that millions of people from around the world have come to Coney Island specifically to ride the famous Ferris wheel. Created in 2020, the registry highlights businesses in the state that have been in operation for at least 50 years and have contributed to their community's history. Kristen Martin, NBC Radio.
I was feeling a little bad for being rough on Casper this week because he was sick. He had like puffy eyes and the stuffy nose, sneezing and all that stuff. And he's fragile, you guys. When it comes right down to it, he
Deserves to be protected.
for Sports Talk 105.1. Morgan McCarthy.
It's been feeling like a summer afternoon with temperatures well into the 80s. We're going to do it again tomorrow, but changes do arrive later in the weekend. Mostly clear, warmer tonight, a low of 65, mostly sunny, windy, and hot tomorrow, a high of 89. Likely to break some records in the area. Mostly clear, breezy, 65 at night. Sun and clouds Sunday, windy, could see a shower later in the day in 82. I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist Darren Meyer.
It's time to huddle up, Wisconsin. We're talking about the games, the players, and the moments that matter. Bold opinions, smart conversation, and just the right amount of Wisconsin charm. The Dan Kasper Show.
What up, everybody? Good morning, and what up, everybody? Good morning, and happy Monday. DK Show coming to you from the new Sports Talk Studios this morning. Big thanks for making us a part of your starts, whether you're listening on the radio dials, 5.1 FM, 790 AM. Also, checking us out online at sportstalk1051.com. You got your Alexa device. Just say, Yo, Alexa, play WAY. You can also check out our video stream that's up on YouTube right now. Got the new studio, so if there's a little bit of a glitch or a little bit of a delay, because we're kind of testing this on the fly right now, so bear with us as we get this new studio rocking and rolling here this morning. But happy Monday, everybody. It is a victory Monday with the Brew Crew picking up game one. Game one for the Brewers, a victory 9-3. 9-3. And innings, and that's all it took for the Brewers. Putting a beat down on the Cubs in the at least the first couple of innings there. But maybe it came at a little bit of a cost as well, because Jackson Chourio leaving the game early due to a hamstring issue. It is the same hamstring that he suffered that left early regular season. Yes, later in the regular season, but it's the same injury that or same hamstring that he suffered cost him like over a month of the season. However, that's also when the Brewers did pick up their 14 straight wins in a row. So, not saying that means the Brewers are going to go on this incredible run and such, but nonetheless, it's a big loss if he is out. Now, it depends on also who you're talking to. Pat Murphy, he's kind of painting kind of a bleak picture regarding, the availability of Jackson Chourio. Jackson Chourio, on the other hand, after the game when he was talking with the media, noted that
listening to The Dan Kasper Show.
When injuries happen, athletes and families across Western Wisconsin trust Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Sprains and fractures to joint replacements and rehab, their team combines expert care with advanced technology to help patients recover faster and stronger. With decades of experience and a focus on personalized treatment, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine keeps the Chippewa Valley moving. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, trusted care for every step. Just visit cvosm.com for more details.
Get ready to save with half-off deals, a great way for you to get goods and services that you will love and you don't have to pay full price. Be sure to check out all the great savings that half-off deals have to offer. There's something for everyone, so be sure to see for yourself. Be ready with your credit or debit card and get ready to save. For more details and to find out about all the savings, just go to aroundthe715.com.
Inside the 715. It's the all-new podcast from the Inside the 715 podcast network that dives into all local. I'm your host, Phil Tripper, and every week we talk to interesting people doing interesting things right here in your own backyard. From business owners to entrepreneurs to local musicians, all the way to local legends. We cover notable folks right here in the 715 with weekly episodes. Find them at aroundthe715.com, around the 715 the app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year. That's Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, just solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's zeroing in a new scope, stocking up on ammo, or finally upgrading that old rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. They're not just selling products, they're helping keep hunting traditions alive, one season at a time. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. This season, before you head out to the stand, make sure you stop at Tilden Gun. They're located at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls, and you can check them out online at tildengun.com. Tilden Gun, where Wisconsin deer hunters gear up.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
A hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wiper. eBay has all that fit my car. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Do you know of anyone who needs some help chasing their dreams and passions? Backyard Dreams wants to help. Email us at info@sportstalk1051.com so we can help.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year. That's Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork. Solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's zeroing in a new scope, stocking up on ammo, or finally upgrading that old rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. They're not just selling products, they're helping keep hunting traditions alive, one season at a time. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. This season, before you head out to the stand, make sure you stop at Tilden Gun. They're located at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls, and you can check them out online at tildengun.com. Tilden Gun, where Wisconsin deer hunters gear up.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the batting of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, my member, Dave!
Yeah. Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirts. Gain.
And it ended up being one of the best games, 38-35. Detroit taking out Cincinnati, 37-24. And if you're a Packers fan looking at Cincinnati, I mean, I don't want to get too cocky. I don't want to get too confident in this one, but I mean, for coming off of a bye week to go up against the Bengals here, and Cincinnati put up 21 in the fourth. So you kind of look at that game and don't necessarily box out it too much. But if Green Bay has this, if this is a close game for Green Bay, I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned if this is a close game for Green Bay. Washington taking out the Chargers. Chargers now with a couple losses on their resume. And then how about last night's game? New England taking down Buffalo, 23-20. I think we all kind of knew if you're a NFL fan and you're kind of following football, you kind of knew like New England was trending upward. They're probably feeling better, probably feeling more confident and such. But to go into Buffalo with a team that's playing with major swag, like the Buffalo Bills, to go in there for Drake May, that is a signature win for Drake May. Huge win. All the comparisons, like, oh, he kind of reminds us of a younger version of Josh Allen. To go into Josh Allen's house, pick up that W. That was impressive. I mean, Diggs went off against his former team, 146 yards. So that was a very impressive win. I think, when you look at some of these games from this past weekend, you want to talk about some impressive wins. New England's up there. The Colts dropping a 40 burger. I forgot to talk about the Colts 40 burger against the Raiders. 20 points in the second, 20 points in the third. This Colts, where the heck did they come from? Daniel Jones is making himself some serious cash this year. He's third in the league in passing yards. Just 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's first, number 1 in the entire league in QBR rating. Number 1. Where the heck did this Colts team come from? And you look at their schedule, they got the Cardinals coming up. They can win that game. Chargers at the Chargers. That could be that. Honestly, right now, that might be a really good game. And then you got the Titans. That's a winnable one. Steelers might actually be a good one out here, too. Are the Colts actually going to be that team that nobody thought? Every year, it seems like we've got that one surprise team. That one team that's like, where the heck did they come from? How are they here? It's kind of like the Brewers of this year in baseball. Sure looks like it's going to be the dang Colts. Man. So, all right, let's get back to some more baseball talk, shall we? I think my engineer kind of gave me a little bit of a nod to say that the audio is working on the app and the YouTube stream. So if anybody's out there listening, let me know. Okay, kind of gave you a nod there. Hopefully, the bugs out of the first hour, and we can go on cruise control here for the second hour. So, all right, let's take a quick break and let's get back to some more baseball talk, shall we? Real Crew picking up a game 1 victory on Saturday. Game 2's tonight. Aaron Ashby is going to be the opener, which means, it's not official, but I think we can kind of read between the lines here. Quinn Priest is going to come in after that. Jackson Chourio, still nothing out there in terms of updates, news with whether he's going to be out. I feel like he's going to be out tonight. I feel like he's probably going to miss the rest of the series. I hope I'm wrong, but I feel like they're going to be incredibly cautious with this thing, especially when it's a hamstring, and especially when it's on that same leg. That's just me, though. But it does help. Isaac Collins now. This is a huge moment potentially for Isaac Collins. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more baseball talk coming up after these quick words. True or false? Is Isaac Collins the new key player for this Milwaukee Brewers team? If he is asked to be that, or I guess the full-time starter now after Jackson Chourio, assuming Jackson Chourio is going to be missing some time, which I think is a safe assumption. Is it fair to say now that Isaac Collins is the biggest key to victory for the Brewers going forward? Your thoughts. Hit me up with its quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. I would say he's up there. I would absolutely say he's up there. Because you look at the impact that Jackson Chourio had alone on the offensive side of things in that game on Saturday. And we looked at, I know it's a different year, but you look at last year in the playoffs too, and the impact that Jackson had in the postseason. I mean, this is a big time player. We know this. This is a big time player. And I'm a little nervous with no Jackson Chourio in this lineup. I'm a little nervous. Now I know the Brewers have done it. They went on that 14-game winning streak without him. And, I remember we had this same conversation when Jackson was out. It's like, hey, they're playing so well. They're playing so well that we're not even talking about Jackson Chourio. We can't have that same conversation right now. I don't think we can have that same type of conversation right now. I want him in the lineup. I want every single guy, our main guys, healthy as possible. But it is, on the other hand, too, comforting to know that at least if somebody has to come in and replace Jackson Chourio, somebody has to come in for him. At least we know that it's Isaac Collins. That it's gonna be him. A guy that has had a remarkable season. A guy, too, that I think, when, Chourio started to get healthy and, Blake Perkins was back, you look at it, Isaac Collins kind of fell out of the rotation after getting a ton of playing time. The majority of playing time for most of the season started to play Blake Perkins a little bit more, especially in defense, right? I mean, nobody on this team can replace the defense that Blake Perkins provides. It's the phrase I always like to say, it's like a warm blanket. You feel good. You feel good about Blake Perkins when he's manning center field, when he's out there. And I think that's been a big reason why he's been out there more. But also, I mean, you look at Isaac Collins' numbers as of late too. I mean, he finished the month off of August with a 273 average. Not bad. But September, it trailed off. He finished the month of September with just a 191 batting average. That's when you started to see, him kind of missing some games. He still played. How many games does it say? Okay. He still played quite a bit. Some of them were pinch hit opportunities and such. So, I mean, regular starts though, not as much as he was getting earlier on in the season. But if Isaac Collins can find that magic that he had, I mean, if he could find the magic that he had in like July, that would be amazing. But even June, he hit 288 in June. July, he was 321. August, he hit 273. I would take August. But this is a heck of an opportunity, an absolute awesome opportunity for a guy like Isaac Collins. It's not gonna improve any of his rookie of the year type of accolades or talk like that because Rookie of the Year is something that is decided on in the regular season. So it's not gonna have any bearings on that. But if he could step in and fill in for maybe a game, couple games, few games for Jackson Chourio, and the Brewers still come away with W's, that would be amazing. I think everybody would breathe a huge sigh of but it's not just one guy though either, right? And it hasn't just been one guy for the Brewers all season long. It's been team wins. It's been everybody else stepping up. I mean, that game that we saw on Saturday too, you look at it, it was doubles, doubles, doubles. It was players, everybody stepping up. You can't pinpoint to just one player throughout this whole season and saying that's been the player who has essentially carried this team throughout the whole year. It's been team victory after team victory for Milwaukee, and that's what has to continue if Jackson Chourio is going to miss a big chunk of this of the rest of the postseason. Yeah, we don't know. We're just speculating whether he's going to or not. But if he is going to miss that extended time, it's gonna take everybody again. That's how the Brewers have done this all season long, all regular season long. It's been team first, team mindset, team mentality. It's offense, it's defense, and it's pitching. I think I'm a little bit more nervous about Priester on the mound tonight. And it's not necessarily a knock on his skill set or his talent that Priester has displayed so far this year. It's just playoffs are a different animal. We're all human. He's human. He's a pro athlete. He could probably handle his emotions a little bit better than the average people like us. But I mean, to take the mound and to go out there, game 2 against your division rival with an amped up stadium, butterflies are gonna come through there. Now, you hear a lot of guys say the butterflies go away after the first pitch or something like that, and that probably is true. Once you get into the game, once you get your first pitch out of the way, bada bing, bada boom. What happens if you get a little bit of a change? Those nerves amplify. Those sweaty palms get a little bit sweatier, right? Like the movie says, for the love of the game, you gotta clear that mechanism, right? You gotta try to tune out the outside noise. And that to me is gonna be something to really watch for tonight's game, is how does Quinn Priester handle the moment? I know it's not official he's coming in, but I think we can read between the tea leaves that he's gonna come in after the first inning, 2 innings, after Ashley probably goes through the order like 1 through 7. But how does Quinn Priester handle the moment? And how does this Brewers offense start a game like they did on Saturday? Just completely take away any confidence, any any, swag, positivity, whatever the Cubs came in with. Just rip it out of their hearts again right away in the first couple of innings. It's gonna be tough to try to replicate that. It's gonna be very hard to try to replicate that, but if the Brewers could do that again, man, that would make it so much sweeter. Make that victory so much sweeter. But it's gotta be a team again. It's gotta be the overall team victory, not just one person, not just Contreras tonight or a Yelich or a Terang or a Priester. It's gotta be everybody, just like the Brewers have done all season long. It's gotta be just like that. Just like that. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Keep sending us your thoughts on the Brewers. We'll get back to some of your comments and texts. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Also, I do wanna get back to some more football talk coming up a little bit later on. So I want to do that as well. But whatever else is on your mind, don't forget it is a Monday. So that means it is a pump the brakes, full throttle. Okay. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Not pump the brakes, throttle. That's Friday. Yeah, I'm getting my days mixed up. I'm trying to do 5 things at once with the see, we got new computers in here too. So trying to trying to manage that here a little bit. But it's a weekend hangover. So what are the highs? What are the lows? What are the positives? What are the negatives? Also, fill in the blanks. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. All right. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. What you got for me? Okay. Best ones I'll read on the air. All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back after these quick words. Finally catching up on some texts here. Bear with me. Again, had to add in some of the passwords and such. But Stetsonville Brad, good to hear from you, Stetsonville Brad, this morning. I was wondering if we were going to get to you with some of the Brewer stuff going on. But Stetsonville Brad says, I'm not saying it's not a big deal that Chourio might miss some games. I'm just saying this team will find a way. Go Crew, do it for Bob. We got Bob. I'm trying to catch up on some of the text here this morning too. Gotta get my mic adjusted the right way. Steve, going back to what you said a little bit earlier, hoping and praying that the Badgers can hang with the 20th ranked team in the country is not what this program is about. This team is an embarrassment to what Alvarez had built. Pickle has got to go, and they need somebody who can recruit within the state and figure out how to utilize the transfer portal. He gave up at the end of the game, and that's unacceptable. Cardinals, going back to the Cardinals, Cardinals lost because he dropped the ball at the goal line and going in for a score that won the game. You guys look at Barry Sanders, what he did, handed the ball to the ref every single time. Why do we have to see these guys dropping the ball for the goal line all the time? I don't understand that either. I don't understand why these guys, these players, continue to do that. I don't understand it. Like, how hard is it just to hold the ball? Make a mental note. Make a note. Hey, 5 steps into the end zone, then you drop it or spike it or hand it off to the official. Like, why? Why? How hard is that to comprehend? I know it's not necessarily a grind like your Tuesday, but it's gotta be one of the most, like, if I see somebody doing that, a kid, high school or whatever, or even now a pro. I mean, these are pros. These aren't even kids doing it. These are pros doing that. Why is this so hard to comprehend? To hold on to the dang ball as you go across the goal line. I agree with you, Steve. Completely agree with you. What do we got here? We got Ryan says, watching the video of Jackson Chourio floating around the X yesterday did not seem very enticing. I'm hoping that he was just pacing himself to see how the hamstring felt. If he is out for the remainder of the series, Isaac Collins is going to need to be the first half Isaac Collins we saw from earlier this year. Mark says, good morning, Captain. The more I think about it, the more I like the Ashby strategy. Going lefty and then presumably righty with Priester that may get Craig Counsell messing with his lineup. A little dose of his own medicine from when he was with us. Plus, Ashby got his feet wet Saturday, so he should not have the butterflies. I'm confident in Collins playing, but if Chourio is out, that's one less bat on the bench. Don't like that. Lastly, I'm going to be on the side of our friend Philly fan Dave tonight as we can use a Phillies win to extend that series so the Dodgers don't sweep, get extra rest heading into the next round. We've got Steve that says, my only gripe or whatever is we left too many guys on base again. Around towards the end of the regular season, so hopefully we can start to get some of those guys in. Surveyor a little bit earlier says, I was going to text you after the first half inning and say I told you so. So glad I didn't. My goodness, what a hitting display. Craig honestly looked rattled and lost, almost like he had no idea what to do. Here's the question for you. Was Craig Counsell a blessing in disguise? You know he's a decent manager, but did we Wisconsinites overestimate Craig's resume because he was a Brewer and from Wisconsin? I think to answer that question, and you know what? I'll throw that out to everybody else who's listening too. I think that's an interesting question from Surveyor. And I'll ask it again in case you missed it. But Surveyor's asking, was Craig leaving a blessing in disguise? We know he's a decent manager. We as Wisconsinites overinflate Craig's resume because he was a Brewer and from Wisconsin. Do you buy that? Do you agree with that? Do you disagree? I think there is a little bit. I mean, I think we naturally, if somebody is from our state, from our area, we of course are going to be a little bit of a homer with it, right? I mean, that's natural. We're going to be a little bit of a homer with it. Probably have their back a little bit more, probably sing their praises a little bit more. That's gonna happen. But did we overdo it is what I think Surveyor is asking. Did we over. And I think it goes back to the question of who gets more credit or who deserves more credit for those years of success when he was there. Is it the front office? Was it David Stearns? Was it Craig Counsell? I think it kind of goes back to that. Who was it? And it's kind of the question I asked, I think it was probably a couple weeks ago. And it probably isn't a fair question to ask right now at this point in time. But it's like when you look at when the Brewers got their 7th playoff spot in the last 8 years, when they clinched it this year, 7th playoff spot in the last 8 years. And you're kinda like, who deserves or who not but who gets most of the credit? Or who can you point to? Or what can you point to and say, "That's the reason why this team has had so much success." What's the common denominator in it all? And you can kinda look at different things and decide, who's been there long? Is it Mark Anonsen? Does he deserve all the credit? Does he deserve most of the credit? Because even if you look at the Mets right now too, I mean, that's a team that opened up the checkbook. David Stearns is over there, right? Wrote that huge check for Juan Soto, brought in all these players. They missed the postseason. Yet here we are, Brewers. He leaves. They make the postseason 3 straight years. Craig Counsell leaves. Brewers, division champs, both seasons. I think it kinda goes back to who, again, it's the Brady Belichick conversation just without the championships. Is it Stearns? Is it Counsell? Honestly, I think those conversations and those and I'm not trying to cop out a little bit, I don't think we can point to just one person or one thing. I think it's a lot of little things or a lot of things mixed into one. I think it was I think you gotta probably even throw in maybe a little Doug Elvin into it because of the base that he probably built when Dave Stearns took over. You can look at when Matt Arnold came over. I think an interesting one to really kinda look at is how much and I don't know how much we'll ever know or find out about this, but, when Craig Counsell came over after his first year, when he was named, got in there and that such, he added Pat Murphy as his bench coach. How much did maybe we not see behind the scenes of the influence that Pat Murphy had on this ball club in those playoff years that Craig Counsell was the manager? Because you look at the common denominator with everything, and you look at trying to see, okay, who's been there this whole time, and you try to give that person credit, you try to point to that person, that player, or that thing is that's the reason why they keep winning. Pat Murphy has been the guy or has been a guy that has been there probably the longest. But how much of an influence did he have as bench coach? I would say he probably had a huge influence. And I think you hear from a lot of players, even former players, they talk about Pat Murphy. They continue to talk about Pat Murphy, just even as a bench coach. We don't necessarily see it because, at that time, I think we all kinda liked Pat Murphy when he was a bench coach. We didn't get to see a lot of his personality, of course. But we got to see the intensity and sometimes and when he would talk and such, and he was kinda like the Ed Cedar. When Cedar was there with the Brewers, everybody loved Ed Cedar. We got to see his personality a little bit more and such. Pat Murphy was kinda like, you look at him, that face, sometimes he'd get ejected from the dugout as a bench coach. But maybe it was Pat Murphy playing playing the piano behind the scenes. James says, thoughts on Craig Counsell. Hindsight is always 2020 with the Brewers. Continued success. It's easy to think we overrated Counsell. Counsell was key to turn the Brewers franchise around. And again, I think it's a lot of different things. I think it was just kind of like how the Brewers are winning right now. A team. They're winning by becoming a team, by being a team. It's not led by just one guy or two guys. The Brewers are getting this done by a team. And I think if you look back, okay, front office, managerial, who gets most credit? It was a team. And by all accounts, Stearns and Counsell in a good working relationship. They were on the same page. And right now, by all accounts, Matt Arnold, Pat Murphy are on the same page. I think that's one of the more overlooked, underappreciated aspects in any sport, on any team, is the working relationship between the two most important people outside of the players, and that's the decision maker in terms of the roster and the head coach. Are both of those individuals on the same? And if you can get that pairing, if you can get that, you got something there that you want to try to. I mean, you go back to history, even Green Bay history. I mean, Ron Wolf and Mike Holmgren, what a pairing! And it's. I think if you ask a lot of Packers fans, Mike Holmgren stays around, Packers might have another Super Bowl. You look at all across different sports, the pairings of general managers and coaches. If you've got those two guys attached at the hip, one mind, that makes such a difference. And I think Counsell and Stearns during their tenure were like that. Pat Murphy, Matt Arnold are also like that. I think that's part of it too, is that working relationship between those two. Jake says we certainly did. I knew I was doing that myself because that brought real pride, regardless of how good he really was. But that's what made the move to the Cubs hurt that much more. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Why were we so upset? He went to the Cubs, division rival, but it's the Cubs. He's supposed to be a Wisconsin guy. He is a Brewers guy, even before he got hired. And Ron Renneke was still the manager. A lot of us, and that was kind of the talk out there, was like, he's going to be the next manager. Might be a little bit because he's just working a little bit with Doug Melvin in the front office, but it really felt like Craig Counsell was going to be the next manager. And it happened quicker than I think a lot of people expected or assumed. But he's a Wisconsin guy. Played for the Brewers. Dad worked for the Brewers, right? I mean, it's kind of like a Badger thing almost, where, it's like almost like a Jimmy Leonard type of feel. And would it be comparable to, let's say Jimmy Leonard got the head coaching job and at Wisconsin, and then decided to, after a few years, go coach Michigan or Ohio State? Would it be comparable to that? I'm not saying he would ever do it, but I'm just saying, like, if let's put that scenario. Would that be a comparable example, same kind of example, if Jimmy Leonard was the Badger football head coach, and after a few years, he decided, you know what? I'm gonna go to Michigan, or I'm gonna go to Ohio State. Conference rival. You look at, in terms of outside, everybody views Michigan and Ohio State as the cream of the crop in the conference. Everybody looks at, outside of Brewers fans, looks at the Central. It's like, oh, the Cubs, the big market team and such. Tyler says, all part of a well-oiled machine, not overpaying for players, elite scouting, and development. Forget Greg. John says, I'm not saying special teams are the story this year, but I'm just saying they are changing outcomes every Sunday. I think this is what the NFL wants. It's such a weird cycle that the NFL has gone through with special teams. A few years ago, all the rules to changing the kickoffs to essentially eliminating the kickoff. It's like they realize that was a bad move. I think the NFL is kind of patting themselves. I don't know, I'm not saying all the rule changes are a direct result of some of the issues with special teams, but I think we got to a point where it seemed like the NFL didn't care about special teams. So teams started to not care about special teams and not invest in players and such and good coaching maybe. And now we have to care about special teams and teams who maybe weren't caring about it or putting a lot of emphasis in it. Now they're seeing the results of that. All right, let's take a quick break. We got about 10 minutes left to the top of the hour, so get your weekend hangovers in. What was the best? What was the worst of the weekend for you? Also, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. Fill in those blanks and text those on over. Best ones, appropriate ones, I'll read on the air. So, what do we got here? As Stetsville Brad noted, too, Pat Murphy has been with the crew since 2015. We talked a little bit about that as well. So, if you want, give me your prediction for game 2 tonight. Give me your predictions for game 2 tonight. Who do you got? Brewers, Cubs. And let's assume that Jackson Chourio will not be playing in tonight's game. Let's operate under that assumption when we make our picks. All right. Still go with the Brew Crew. Roll with the Cubs. So hopefully, I really hope that AmFam Field is just loaded up with Brewers fans again. You know, Pat Murphy talked about that after the game, and I think they were preparing for themselves. It was going to be maybe a little 50-50, or there was going to be a big contingent of Cubs fans there. But from all accounts, Brewers fans showed up. They were loud. I think we can all kind of tell on there too, on the telecast, on the radio cast. They were loud, and anybody who has played any sport, I don't care if it was high school or what, or even like Parks and Rec League and the stands are full with parents, you get everybody loud and cheering for you, that makes a huge difference. And Pat Murphy talked about that, talked about the energy at that stadium wall. So I'll admit it too, like that was one of the things I was worried about going up against the Cubbies was how many Cubs fans are going to show up. And I got to give major credit to every Brewers fan who was there at that game. Way to make it a home field advantage. Let's do it again tonight. Let's go to Wrigley up 2-0 in this series. Let's do it. I don't think it's necessarily a bold prediction, but knock on wood, I think if the Brewers win tonight, we got this series. Get them on the ropes, to use a boxing analogy. Get them on the ropes. Let's do this thing. Right? Let's do this thing. We got a lot of people right now picking the Brew Crew to win tonight. Stetsville Brad's going to go. Brewers come from behind and win. Surveyor Crew 6, Cubs 2. Bold take Yelich with a 3-run homer in the third. Surveyor, I probably don't want you picking the Brewers since you picked the Cubs to win game 1. Alex with a text. What's the game Saturday? Unbelievable turnout of Brewers fans. Best game I have ever seen. Not saying this is our year, but the way we approach the Cubs best in the first 2 innings is a good sign for days to come. Alex, I'm curious. Have you ever been to another, let's say, Brewer playoff game or anything like that, and kind of compare it? If you have been, I mean, was that environment on Saturday just completely different than any other playoff game you've attended? If you've been to another one, I'm kind of curious to get that gauge because, you know, I've been to Brewers playoff games and the atmospheres are amazing. It's electric. But that game on Saturday just looked to be a little bit different. And I'm sure a lot of it had to deal with it's the Cubs, it's Craig Counsell. So, and I get it. It's like, you know, Packers-Bears, Packers-Vikings, to put it in a football comparison, if it was a playoff game like that. And we have seen it. I mean, we saw Packers-Bears NFC Championship game. Now, social media, especially X and that was, you know, still kind of in its infancy, and that was 15 years ago, but might have been a little bit more amped up with that and maybe got to see a little bit more angles of that and such. But appreciate that text. I did. So, okay, here's what I think. Surveyor says, also, did you hear that during warm-ups, the stadium crew opened the dome just enough to have constant sun directed towards the Cubs dugout, but not the Brewers? Classic psychological tactic. Not only that, but apparently the day before in BP, they had some music playing they had some like slow, not really workout type of music. And to the point, like the players were making comments about it to council, like saying, "Is this your playlist, Craig?" And that, I mean, playing that, comical, awesome. But also remember too, because I saw a lot of Cubs fans complaining about the roof situation. Major League Baseball controls the roof. Now I don't know off the top of my head what time they kind of take over, like 10 minutes before game time. Major League Baseball controls it or such, but they also decide too whether it's open or closed in that Major League Baseball. Okay. But I did see that. And I saw some Cubs broadcasters getting a little upset about it, getting a little testy about it. Here's the thing though, too. They would do the same exact thing. If they had a dome or a retractable roof, excuse me, they'd be doing the same thing. Every team plays those psychological games. Everybody does. And don't give me this crap about the sun and that affected. I mean, sun delays. Do we have to go through that again? How many times have the Cubs done this against the Brewers over the years? It's part of home field advantage. I don't have a problem with it. I wouldn't have had a problem with it either if the Cubs were doing it to the Brewers. I wouldn't. Alex says, I've been to 2 walk-offs this year, but no playoffs. This was way different from what my friends are saying, who have been to a few different playoff games. Good. I mean, you factor in everything. Best record, top seed, euchre. I think there's a lot of fans, and rightfully so, but there are a lot of Brewers fans putting a lot of stock into this team this year and just putting a lot of emotion and a lot of energy into this team. I mean, we're ready. Brewers fans are ready. We want to see this thing go to the finish. And if it does end something short of a World Series, you're going to see the 5 stages of grief. I mean, you're going to see the stages of depression. You're going to see the stages of trying to, cope and talk yourself through it. You're going to go through anger. I hope we don't have to go through that, though. But is it fair to say this team, when you factor in everything, not even outside, you factor in the euchre thing and everything else, this is a team that you've probably maybe most heavily emotionally invested in Brewers wise in a long, long time? I know it is for me. And it's not to diminish 18, 11. 08, I was very emotionally invested in it because, again, for the same reasons that Brandon and I have talked about quite a bit. That was our first experience. We just wanted to get there. We just wanted to experience the playoffs. But I would say for a lot of people, yeah, this is a series or this is a team and this is a playoff run that maybe we're just a little bit more emotionally invested in. And there's nothing wrong with that. I am. I absolutely am. That's why we said how many months ago, I'm ready to get my heart broken. But I hope I'm not having a heart broken. James says, I think the Brewers' consistency is an organizational statement for minor leagues on up. Babe Ruth being traded from the Red Sox to the Yankees. I'm not saying Counsell's Babe Ruth level. I'm saying that the sting of him becoming a Cub as a Wisconsin guy seems to play in my mind. There's that. I mean, you've had the Favre to Vikings comparisons thrown out there too, and such. I mean, the Favre to Viking one was, boy, that one was rough. We don't need to go down that 2009 lane again, but that one was bad. That one was definitely bad. So, all right. There's the shot clock. 2 in. We got 2 more to go. Lots more baseball talk coming up. Justice Cleveland's going to be joining us in an hour as well. So we've got some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We got some news updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, third hour, kick it off on this Monday morning. Can we still call it a Victory Monday? Even though Brewers' victory was Saturday, got another game tonight, I'm still going to call it a Victory Monday. We appreciate you making us a part of your start if you're already up and at it. If we sound a little different or such, it's because we're in our new studios. Big thanks to our engineers for working the midnight oil and getting us in. I know we had a couple hiccups in the first hour and such, but I think we got everything rocking and rolling, and we've got a lot of good stuff planned up here, especially if you are a viewer on the video stream. We're going to have multiple camera angles coming up in the next, in the near future. So we're going to be doing a lot more with some video stuff in that too. Bloomer Tony, if you're listening, that means Chalkboard Wednesdays. How about, Marker Board Wednesdays. There we go. Marker Board Wednesday, not Chalkboard. That's old school. That would be kind of cool, though, if we went old school and had some, I don't think they'd like all the chalk dust in here. But anyways, we've got Justice Cleveland. He's going to be joining us next hour for our local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Speaking of Carpet City Flooring Center, we've got the carpets, the putting green carpet in here. So that looks pretty sweet too. Big thanks to the entire team at Carpet City Flooring Center for that. Can't wait to kind of get maybe a little decorating and such in there too. So I had somebody texted a question with the Packers set to begin their next 4 games. How do you see the next 4 games going for the Pack? Well, I mean, a lot can happen week by week, right? I mean, knock on wood, injuries. You hope there's not any injuries that would affect Green Bay, especially major ones on here. But just to kind of give you a little bit of a reference, these are the next 4 games for the Packers. You got Bengals, Cardinals, Steelers, Panthers. I don't see why Green Bay can't go 4-0 in that stretch. I don't see why. If they lose to the Bengals, we've got some major issues. Major issues. Cardinals could present a little bit of challenge. I mean, they're not a bad team. They're an okay team. I mean, they lost at themselves yesterday. Steelers, obviously, you've got the emotions with Rodgers going up against his former team and that. But to me, that's still a very winnable game, even though it's on the road. And you're going to probably get a motivated Aaron Charles Rodgers to beat his team or his former team. But I feel like that's still a winnable game. And then the Panthers, kind of all over the place here. Why shouldn't it be a 4-0 expectation? And now you kind of look at how some of the results went this past weekend. I mean, we don't have any more undefeated teams. It almost felt like outside of, Cleveland not able to hold on to victory against Minnesota. And I mean, I think we all kind of expected Detroit to have their way with Cincinnati. But I feel a little bit better where Green Bay's at now because, hey, now we don't have any undefeated teams. All right, we got teams with at least 1 loss, which is the same as Green Bay, although the tie is in there, which is going to screw everything up in that. But, I mean, you look at this. You look at teams who with just 1 loss. It's Buffalo. It's Pittsburgh. It's the Colts. The Jaguars for now. They've got Kansas City tonight. Nobody in the AFC West has fewer than 2 losses. The Eagles with 1 loss. Detroit, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and San Francisco. Feel a little bit better after these weekend's games, to be honest with you, just from a standing standpoint. I know that doesn't mean anything. It's just like almost like a gut type of feel. Like I just feel a little bit better looking at those standings and seeing some of those teams who are matched up that way. That's just me, though. But that's how I feel. I hope I answered the question. I mean, again, it could change week by week, depending, again, on injuries, specifically to Green Bay. But if all things are equal and everybody's ready to go, why shouldn't that be the expectation? I hope coming out of the bye week, and I was going to talk about this a little bit later on in the week and such, but just to, I guess, kind of hit it up right now, I hope at least in the coming out of the bye week, we are going to see a kind of I don't want to say a different defense, because for the most part, outside of a second half against Dallas, they played incredibly well through the first 4 weeks of the season. But I want to see a defense that we're going to see Micah Parsons probably a little bit more active, moving around. I really hope, and maybe we'll find out this week when they do some media stuff and talk a little bit with the media. But I really hope that we find out that Jeff Hafley, DeMarcus Covington, and Micah Parsons spent a lot of time together. You heard Micah Parsons say that after Dallas, that he was going to use a lot of this bye week to, kind of get a little bit more comfortable with the coaches and talk with the coaches and kind of get a feel of like what they can essentially do with him, where they can have him line up, different things that they can utilize with him. And Parsons is one of those unique defensive players, one of those unique players overall, where you can line him up as a defensive end, but you can line him up over the center, 2-point stance, 3-point stance. And I think you have to use that versatility. Because if you just pigeonhole it, if you just pigeonhole him into a straight up 3-point stance, 4-3 defensive end, I don't think you're getting the best version of Micah Parsons that you could possibly get on this defense. And I think we're going to start to see that moving forward. I think we're going to start seeing number one all over the field. And in essence, too, with him being moved around, I think you're going to see maybe some different stuff with Edgerrin Cooper, with Quay Walker. Again, we talk about that trickle-down effect. You're going to start to see that with some of these guys, too. That's what I'm excited. So what are you kind of excited to see coming out of the bye week here for Green Bay when we get to that first game coming up this weekend? I'm excited to see the progression, the continued progression of Micah Parsons within this defense. I'm excited to see what else he can do. I mean, he's already racking up some impressive numbers from a pressure standpoint. But I think there's more. And I think there's still some untapped potential when it comes to Micah Parsons that should excite you if you are a Packers fan. It should get you pumped up. It does for me. I can't wait. I have the confidence that we're going to see that too. I really do. Other stuff, I think you're looking at, okay, offensively, are we going to be able to see, I'm maybe just excited to possibly see an offensive line that's finally healthy. That's finally healthy. We can go out there and get a little bit more consistent protection for Jordan Love. And some of these numbers too, going back to Jordan Love here for just a second, let me see if I saved some of these because, again, you look at some of the numbers that he has been putting up the first few weeks of this season, and it's pretty darn impressive. Did I save them? I'll have to bring it up here because here we go. No, that's not it. But you're talking about like quarterback rating, percentage, adjusted percentages, a lot of these advanced statistics and numbers. Jordan Love is towards the top. But I think for maybe a lot of, I don't want to speak for every Packers fan, but I think for a lot of fans, they just want to see maybe a little bit more consistency from the offense overall. And not necessarily letting the foot off the brake. Right? That sort of stuff. Because we don't have another bye week to kind of reset, to kind of figure things out, to kind of regroup. There is no more bye week. Like Apollo Creed said in Rocky III, there is no tomorrow. There is no more bye week. So whatever they did during this week off, whatever they did, it better have worked. They'll have their mini bye after Thanksgiving and such, but that ain't nothing. I mean, I shouldn't say it's not nothing. It's a little bit of something, but still. All right, let's take a quick break. I want to get back to some more baseball talk as well. Send me your predictions for tonight's Game 2. Brewers, Cubs. Who are you rolling with? All right, who are you rolling with? Going to go with the Brewers to take a 1-0 lead in the series as they then would move on to Wrigley Field? Or you're going to go with the Cubs to even this thing up? What you got? Let me know. 715-830-1912 with a quick text. All right, we'll take that quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. We got some local sports roundup coming up shortly past 9 o'clock this morning. Justice Cleveland from WEAU 13 News will be joining us in studio. And we'll talk about UW Eau Claire falling to Stout at homecoming. Also, that insane finish to the Regis football game. Regis literally winning on a walk-off Hail Mary between two unbeaten teams. That could have been, it actually could be for the for a top seed in the playoffs when we get to the brackets coming up here in a couple weeks. So, but we'll get to some of that coming up here in just a little bit. and such. But I think that's where we go. So yeah, I had a little audio in the background there, talking to the engineers there a little bit. So, but we're gonna get back to some more baseball talk coming up here in just a second. We got a few texts to get to here. I'm rolling with the Brewers to pick up the victory tonight. We've got Chris saying he's going to go with a 6-2 victory for the Brewers over the Cubbies to take game 2. And he feels like Isaac Collins, for a bold prediction, is going to have 3 RBIs. Dude, I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right that Isaac Collins can get that. So, but we'll see. I'm really curious to see how do I want to phrase this correctly? I'm assuming Jackson Chourio is not going to be playing tonight. So I'm really curious to see how well Isaac Collins plays, because we have seen different versions of Isaac Collins throughout this season. We have seen him as a Rookie of the Year candidate, and we've seen his time kind of get cut. Blake Burke is playing a little bit more. So Isaac Collins, by default, has been on the bench. His at-bats have dipped. His production has also dipped. But this is a heck of a moment for Isaac Collins. Let's not bury the headline here. This is a heck of an opportunity and a heck of a moment for Isaac Collins. He has a chance here to really kind of solidify his position on this team going forward. Because that's going to be a question when we get to the offseason, whenever we get to the offseason. That is going to be a question. Where does he fit in? What spot, what role does he fit for this team? Where is he at? And if he has, because we've talked about it when it comes to the playoffs, it doesn't matter what sport. I don't care if it's football. I don't care if it's baseball. If you are a guy or a player that makes some playoff success, has those moments, that's what sets legacies. That's what makes careers. And if Isaac Collins can go and have himself a amazing playoff series, filling in for Jackson Chourio, then that makes the conversation heading into this offseason just a little bit more interesting, right? Just a little bit more interesting, because it's like, we got to keep that guy in the lineup. Where do we go? And the unique thing with Collins is his infield experience as well. So I hope Isaac Collins can just go into this thing and play like his career's on the line. I hope he goes in this playoffs and just absolutely makes a ton of money. Ton of money. And there's no doubt he's going to be a key. And to kind of revisit something that we were talking a little bit about earlier, I don't think it's going to be one player that is going to fill in for Jackson Chourio, if you will. Going to be the guy that kind of steps up and fills the void left by Jackson Chourio. It's not going to be one guy. It's got to be a complete team effort, just like this Brewers team has been all season long. All season long. And Isaac Collins is a part of that. He is a part of that. But this is a heck of an opportunity for him. Next man up. This has kind of been the Brewers' mantra all season long, hasn't it been? And that should maybe give the Brewers some confidence that if Chourio is going to miss some extended period of time, it should give the Brewers a ton of confidence, like, hey, we got this. We're good. We don't need to panic. We don't need to have our heads down. We've been through this 162 games in a regular season. That is probably one thing that, when you look back at the regular season and everybody talks about, oh, the playoffs are a new season. Forget about what you did in the regular season. It's a brand new season. More times than not, yes. But this is probably one thing that the Brewers could go back and rely on their regular season experience and say, hey, we did this. We're good. We don't need to have our heads down. We don't need to panic. Let's go out there and do what we do, and that's win ball games. That's play team baseball. That's what I hope. And I hope Collins just goes in there. And I hope Collins doesn't have the mindset. I don't think he does. I think we've seen enough. I think we've seen it enough as from this regular season to where he's going to go in there and he's going to play Isaac Collins baseball. How many times have we heard somebody that's going into, whether it's a quarterback or try to, replace or injured player, they come in and it's like, I just got to be me. I just got to be me. I can't be so-and-so. That's exactly what Isaac Collins has to do. I don't even think that's the biggest question mark for tonight's game. I'm very curious to see how Quinn Priester goes at it tonight. He's not getting a start, but he's going to be the guy coming in. I love how the Brewers released it yesterday too. I'm surprised they did it yesterday. But they said our opener, Aaron Ashby. We know Quinn Priester's coming in after. I don't know how much that's going to fool Craig Counsell. I don't know how much Craig Counsell is going to change his line. I really don't. I think I'm going to give Craig the benefit of the doubt here and say he's not going to completely overhaul his lineup. And then when it's Priester's time, his lineup is going to be, now he's got to make these changes and all that sort of, kind of like what Counsell did at 18 against the Dodgers. I don't think Counsell's going to be like, panicky and like trying to figure out something different for the lineup and like, oh no, what are we going to do now? I don't think he's going to do that. And I don't think Pat Murphy thinks he's going to do that either. But I think this is an opportunity for this Brewers team to, again, Saturday, hey, go out there and put up a big crooked number. And then when Quinn Priester comes into this game, let's make sure he has a lead. Let's make sure he's working with a lead. I want to see this offense start off hot again because I think if you're the Brewers and you can put this Cubs team on the ropes right away and just start hitting some haymakers right away, getting them panicking, kind of like, okay, I'm going to use another Rocky reference, so bear with me. But if you can come in and just start hitting them right away, and then you're like surprising, like Apollo Creed in Rocky 1, Rocky comes in and is like, dang fool thinks this is a fight. Kind of do the same thing in game 2. Like just come in and just like beat down on them right away and take out some of that life. And let's win our 2 games at AmFam before we go to American Family Field. All right, let's take a quick break. After I got to move a couple of these things here. So let's, where are we at here? That's not what I wanted. Hold on. We got to do a couple different things here. So, all right, let's take a quick break. Coming up, I want to get back to some more of your thoughts on the Brewers. So hit us up, 715-830-1912. Okay. Hit me up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. Your predictions. A lot of you right now picking the Brewers. I get it. I'm not going to tip my pick yet. I don't want to do that yet. But where are you at right now with this Brewers team for game 2 tonight? You feeling good? You feeling confident? Let's hear it. All right. Let's hear it. All right. Am I ready to take that break here? Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. All right, quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, we're back. It's a little bit past the bottom of the hour. Again, reminder, Justice Cleveland will be joining us here just past 9 o'clock. We'll do that local sports roundup with him. Catch up on all the good local sports in our area that's been going on here lately. So, again, we've got a lot of Brewers predictions here. We've got John saying prediction for tonight's Brewers game: Ashby goes 4 innings, and the Brewers win 6-2. 6-2 is a popular prediction right now. It's a very popular prediction. I don't know why, but 6-2 seems to be the number right now. So, yeah, got a 5-3 Brewers, got a 4-1 Brewers, another 6-2 Brewers. All right, outside of the score, give me kind of the player of the game. All right, give me that key player. Give me a key player and then give me a player of the game for tonight. Who's going to be that guy that when we're here tomorrow morning, recapping hopefully a win, we're saying, yeah, man, that guy, what a game he had. What an absolute awesome game he had. Who is that guy that we're going to be talking about tomorrow morning? Or give me a couple, because you know what? It might be a couple guys. It might be a complete, total team effort. So, you can hit me up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912 with a quick text if you would like. Again, reminder, 8:08's first pitch tonight. Late one. You know, last Sunday we had the Packers late game, and now we got a darn late Brewers one here. So at least we know this won't end in a tie. Doesn't mean that we won't get to extra innings. Knock on wood, that doesn't happen though either. So, all right. What else? Oh, yeah, we got some more predictions. Pretty much all Brewers right now. I'll just kind of say that. If anybody else is going to go with a different route, you can send those on over too. So, all right. Going back really quick here to the Packers here, because I know we were talking a little bit about them last hour, maybe at the beginning of this hour. I can't remember anymore. But this is also a big week too, because we're going to see some guys potentially return from either the PUP list or the injured reserve. The big one that we've kind of kept our eye on is going to be number 9, Christian Watson. Will the Packers open up his practice window, those 3 weeks? Are they going to open that up? And essentially, we're going to see Christian Watson then in a couple of weeks or a few weeks. Because if they open it up this week, you got 3 weeks. But the other names to maybe kind of take a look at here. You got Colin Oliver, the rookie, that we have not seen at all. I honestly would be, at this point, I'd be surprised if we see a practice window open up for him right now. I don't see that, especially with all the time he missed in training camp and in preseason and that. I don't see that one happening. But the other one on here, Marshawn Lloyd. Are we going to see that practice window maybe potentially open up here soon for the Pack? You got Jacob Monk, who's on the IR. That could be another possibility. I know, maybe to have a more bona fide backup center. You got John Williams on there too. But Marshawn Lloyd is going to be the interesting one. Because we've talked about the running game so far for the Packers in the first few weeks of the season. And I think, for a lot of people, probably a little bit left to be desired. Right? I mean, a little less to be desired there. So, but I'd be, if he comes back, and Emmanuel, and this is coming off of too. Remember, Emmanuel Wilson had a solid game going up against the Cowboys. But if they can add a little bit more of a dynamic player, I'm not ready to give up on Marshawn Lloyd. I know he's been going through some injuries. I know he's been going through some of the issues there and trying to stay healthy. I'm not ready to give up on Marshawn Lloyd. I can't do that yet. I can't do that. So it'd be kind of interesting to see if that's going to be a guy that we are going to see maybe here soon get back to the practice field. Because if that's the case, if we're going to see him, that's another spot. They've got 51. This is from Ken Ingalls. Packers right now, 51 of their 53 on the active roster. They've got 2 open spots right now. Now, they don't necessarily have to open up a roster spot for if they bring back Christian Watson this week to start practicing or Marshawn Lloyd. But they have a couple spots open right now. Maybe they fill it this week with, I don't know, promoting somebody from their practice squad, or maybe it's a free agent. You know, they could go that route. But I don't think there's any, conspiracy thing here. I think we could easily connect the dots here. Right now, those 2 spots, for my money, if I were betting, I would say it's going to go Christian Watson and then between Jacob Monk and Marshawn Lloyd. I personally believe those 3 are going to be on the active roster again at some point. They're going to be on that active roster at some point, which means somebody else is probably going to be on the injured list, or they're going to release somebody. But I would have, of those current 5 players, and then, I mean, if you really want to get down to later on, November, you're going to have to come up with a spot for Jaden Reed at some point too. That's just my opinion, though. But I'm curious. This is going to be now that we're back off the bye week and we're going to get to a little practice, I believe they're going to be doing something today. And I believe we're going to hear from LaFleur and such. Yeah, it just popped up. They're going to be practicing later this morning. So we may get a glimpse of whether Watson's going to be practicing or Marshawn Lloyd is going to be practicing. And if we're just thinking about, when guys are healthy and such, I'm very fascinated or very curious to see how they incorporate Christian Watson into this lineup. You got a Matthew Golden in there now too with the speed guy. And Christian Watson's a different type of receiver. He's the fast receiver. He's probably their best run blocking guy. But once you add Christian Watson into the lineup, once you add him there, how do you, or what's the trickle down effect from that? Like, I feel like Watson's the type of player you can't just like plug him into any open spot. You kind of put him at a certain spot of what you think he does well. It's an outside receiver, big play down the field, and then you can kind of go around that. A lot of their receivers are versatile and they can line up all across the board. But it's going to be kind of interesting to see how the Packers and Matt LaFleur, once they get Christian Watson back, how everything kind of starts to gel, how everything kind of starts to mold together then. Because I still think we want to see Matthew Golden. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a little jealous of Ibuka from Tampa Bay, who's just racking up some of the numbers right now as a rookie receiver. And he was a guy, if we go back to the draft, he was a guy that a lot of Packers fans would have loved to have seen suited up in the green and gold. So I'm getting a little jealous. I want to see Matthew Golden have. I feel like the last 2 games when we've asked for bold predictions and such, we've said, or a lot of people have said, Matthew Golden breakout game. We'll have a couple plays, but I don't think anything is really, counted as a breakout game. So waiting for that yet. But I'm getting a little jealous. To see Ibuka down there in Tampa lighting it up right now. And boy, that guy is playing out of his mind. Out of his mind right now. That was a big pick. I mean, when Tampa Bay got him, you're like, okay, Godwin, Evans, man. Boy, he has been killing it. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll start to wrap up the third hour. Send us your thoughts, though. All right, Brewers predictions. Give me a Give me a player that we're going to be talking about tomorrow morning. Give me a Brewers player that we're going to be talking about, hopefully in a positive way. But give me a Brewers player that we're going to be talking about tomorrow morning, kind of like your player of the game and a key player. Okay? So, quick break. We'll be back after these quick words. These are the type of bold predictions I really like. Got a texter here. Don't know a name. Can't give you any credit. Contreras against a lefty normally means a big game for him. Got to take Wild Bill. See? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. So, how's your confidence level? Where's your vibe at right now for tonight's game? Give me a little Brewers vibe check here as we get set for tonight's game 2. I don't want to be uber confident, but I'm feeling confident. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm feeling good, and that might be dangerous. That might not necessarily be a great thing, but I'm feeling really good right now. I'm feeling really good. So, what about you? Hit me up with a quick text, 715-830-1912. Trying to look up some other things. Let me just hold on a second here. Yeah, okay. Imanaga's going on the mound here too. So I was trying to, let me bring up, how was Imanaga's numbers against the Brewers this year. Just kind of take a look at. So if you go back most recently to August, Imanaga went 7 innings, 2 earned runs. Did pick up the loss, but I mean, 7 innings and 2 earned runs. I think a lot of people would take that kind of number any day of the week. July 30th, he went 5 innings, 3 earned runs, a couple home runs. Actually got credited with the win there. May 4th, lost 5 2/3, but 2 earned runs. Picked up the loss there. So I had 3 games against the Crew. Again, we know there's going to be a lot of familiarity between both of these staffs. So, yeah. Let me bring up some more. I want to look up what do we got here for, like, if I could bring up batting. I want to see what the Brewers lineup's actually done against Imanaga this year. Let me see if I can pull that up here in just a quick second here. So, more predictions though as that's loading up here. Yeah, again, a lot of Brewers picks. We're going 4-3. Confidence is high for the Brewers, although I think today's game is going to be a little bit closer, nail biting. Trevor McGill picks up the save in a dramatic 9th inning. We've got Brewers 5-3 victory. And Isaac Collins. A lot of people giving some Isaac Collins love. Okay, I like it. Keep it going here. But says Isaac Collins has 3 RBIs for the Brewers. Okay, I could buy that. I'm good with that. I don't want postseason numbers. I don't want regular season numbers. I'll try to find it here in the break here a little bit, but yeah, okay. So a lot of you still going with the Brewers in this victory. Okay. Not going to make my pick yet. Ooh, Big Worm says, morning, buddy. This is a must-win game. We win this game, and all the wind are out of the Cubs' sails. Let's go, Crew Nation. Get loud. Do you agree? I'm going to flip that back to everybody else. Do you agree that this is a must-win game for the Brewers? Do you agree? Hit me up with a yay or a nay. I think if the Brewers win tonight, we got the series. I'm confident that they could win another one in the final few games. But if they lose, I don't necessarily feel like the series is over with. But I could see where you're saying why this is a must-win game, because yeah, you get tonight's win and you're up 2-0 and you only need one more. I could definitely see why that would suck the sails out of the Cubs. No question about it. No question about it. I got a couple people chiming in with some more bold predictions player-wise. A player that we're going to be talking about tomorrow morning. We are going to go with, this is from Jake. Jake is saying, I feel like we're going to be talking about Christian Yelich today or tomorrow morning. I feel like he's going to have a big home run and a few RBIs. The player that we're going to be talking about tomorrow is Quinn Priester, says Steve. Even though he's not getting the start, he's going to come in and pitch at least 6 innings and shut down this Cubs lineup. We've got Ryan saying the player that we're going to be talking about tomorrow morning is going to be Bryce Terang. I just feel like Bryce Terang is going to explode tonight. Brewers win big tonight on their way to sweep the Cubbies. Go Brew Crew, says James. A couple more here from our texting line. We've got Chris saying the player of the game, I feel like, is going to be Sal Frelick. Now you're talking my language when you talk about Salvatore Frelick here, bud. But he says Sal Frelick, I feel like, is going to have a couple of big hits that are going to lead to some big-time RBIs. Brewers win 5-4. All right. So keep them coming. Keep those predictions on coming. We'll get back to some more baseball talk coming up in the next hour when we've got Justice Cleveland sports director extraordinaire, joining us here. So we'll talk Brewers with him. We'll talk some local sports with him as well. Eau Claire, UW Eau Claire football falling in their first their first loss of the season, but falling in their first WIAC portion of their schedule. They took on Stout at homecoming. Stout able to come away with a victory to hand UW Eau Claire their first loss on the season. We'll talk about that matchup. We'll talk some high school football as we are just a couple weeks away from wrapping up the regular season. And some big time wins from Friday night. You had that big win from Regis, the Hail Mary, walk-off Hail Mary to pick up the win. Some other big wins, Memorial picking up their first win of the season. So we'll recap all that and all the other fall sports coming your way as well. So we'll get to that. Then we'll get back to some more Brewers talk here as well. Don't forget, it is a weekend hangover. So what is the best and the worst from the weekend? What were the highs? What were the lows from the weekend for you? What were the highs? What were the lows from the weekend for you? Let me know. Okay. Text it to us, 715-830-1912. 715-830-1912. Couple more predictions here. We've got Brewers win 7-3. I feel like the Brewers are going to come out offensively like they did in Saturday's game, put up a big number in the first, and take that wind out of the Cubs' sails right away. Some more predictions coming in here too. We've got Gary saying Brewers win in a nail-biter 3-2 thanks to an 8th inning solo home run from Christian Yelich. And that's the player we will be talking about tomorrow morning. Another texter, don't have a name, says Matt. Not Matt. That's the other texter I'm going to get to. But this texter says Quinn Priester, I feel like, is going to have a fantastic game. I love Murphy's decision to give the ball to Ashby to start the game to kind of maybe calm the nerves of Quinn Priester. He comes in and locks it down after that. Just hopefully the Brewers can give him a lead to get started. Matt then, with a quick text, says, I think the player that we're going to be talking about tomorrow is going to be Caleb Durbin. I think that was a little talk to text there, but I think I deciphered it's supposed to be Caleb Durbin. Caleb Durbin, feel like he's going to have a couple of big hits to help secure this game for the Crew. Okay. Love that we are getting a lot of picks here. John says, I think we're going to be talking about Joey Ortiz. Or I think, okay, have we covered every position player so far? Maybe somebody's got to pick Blake Perkins and Andrew Vaughn. I think those are the only two position players we have not had anybody pick of who we're going to be talking about tomorrow morning. John says, I think we're going to be talking about Joey Ortiz tomorrow. We're talking about his defense, but also his offense. 3 RBIs. John, that's bold. Oh, Tim's also going Joey Ortiz. Tim in the Cooley region. We'll be talking about Joey Ortiz. Several huge defensive plays and a timely hits. All right. Got a couple people going with the Joey Ortiz route. How about that? I like the confidence, man. Or guys, I like it. Hopefully you're right. Hopefully you're right. What do we got there? Oh, okay. Never mind. That's something different. All right. Shot clock's going to cut me off here in about, a minute and a half or so. A little less than a minute and a half. So keep those picks coming. We'll get to them coming up in the next hour. We got to get loud again today, Brewers fans, okay? We got to get loud. I don't care if you're not going to the game. It's a Brewer Day today. It's a Victory Monday, but also a Brewer Day today. Hopefully you're repping the Brewers with your blue and gold. Blue and yellow, whatever you want to call it. Hopefully you got a Brewers tie. If you got to wear a tie to work, maybe you got a little color scheme going on. But I think tonight is a big game. I think it is a big game tonight. If the Brewers could come away with that victory, man, just hopefully they don't get too confident. You know what I mean? Don't want to get too confident. Don't want to get heads in the sky. But the thing is like the Brewers, I feel like this season, the moment's never really been too big, or they really haven't been like too, I guess, cocky. If that's what you want to call it. All right, 3 in. We got one more to go. News updates, and we'll be back with JC Niesi coming up after these quick words. All right, we are back. Fourth and final hour here this morning. Got to get the engineers to work on getting that intro in there too. So little hiccups there, here and there. You keep talking. I gotta figure out which mic you're on.
You in the Dan Kasper room. I am, at least. You're not. You're at home or in your car or at work. You're listening to Dan Kasper.
Let's try this again now. Try it again, Justice.
You're listening to Dan Kasper and Justice Cleveland trying to do a voiceover voice. Not that well.
There we go. It's that one. It's 3. They lied to me.
In a
It's
world
not Mike 2. It's
for
3.
Dan Kasper.
How you doing, man, now that we got that figured out?
Hey, we're getting there.
We're getting there. How was the East Coast, sir?
Oh, it was wonderful.
Yeah?
It was a great vacation. Holiday vacations gave us a chance to go on it, and me and my wife enjoyed everything about it. We started in Boston, went up to New Hampshire, Vermont, back down into Massachusetts, and then ended at New York City. All new to me. I've never been to the East Coast other than Washington, D.C., so saw a lot of great just rustic sites, and then ended it in New York City and got to see a Broadway play.
Which one did you see?
We saw Death Becomes Her.
Okay.
You might remember the movie that was out. It was like Meryl Streep, Goldie Hawn, and Bruce Willis. Very, very, very funny. Very racy at times.
Yeah. Make you uncomfortable a little bit?
I loved it. No,
Yeah.
I think some of the people on our trip were like, oh, what did we get into? And it was funny. Really, really funny. And then me and my wife went to Central Park and saw all the sights. And yeah, it was great. It's amazing. You don't realize it when you're watching, if you've never been there, how close everything is to each other. Like 30 Rock, NBC headquarters, St. Patrick's Cathedral is like the backyard of 30 Rock.
Oh, really?
And Times Square is maybe like 2 or 3 blocks down from 30 Rock. So everything's like right there. I know I sound like a tourist, but it's true. It's like, it was really fun. And it's one that's the vacation I'll never forget.
That's awesome. Well, welcome back, buddy. And there's been a lot going on
my
as of
goodness.
late here
Yeah.
too. So, I mean, I know you've been missing some time here, but obviously you've been following along with some of the stuff that's going on, and you got actually cut out here a little bit early because you are going to go talk to them. But the Blue Golds football team homecoming on Saturday, first WIAC matchup as well. And didn't really go the Blue Golds' way, suffering their first loss of the season.
No, and in front of a packed stadium, everything you wanted. And it just, Stout came out with a big fight.
Yeah.
And they got that early lead and kind of took control right away. But I give credit to the Blue Golds because they were fighting down to the end. You didn't see any quit in that team. And if you were watching the game, even in the fourth quarter, you're down big. They're, doing everything they can to get on the board and get some points racked up. I think they just kind of offensively lost a little balance. They couldn't really get the running game started, so they had to rely and come one-dimensional with the pass, and really had a tough time stopping Stout. Stout had a pretty good balanced attack that whole day. When you can do that, you're going to find success. So I think the grind now starts. Obviously, it started last week with the conference play, and it'll continue as they will go to lacrosse with the Blue Golds.
Yeah.
Face a team that came off an emotional overtime win over Whitewater, comeback win. They were down 17-0 at the half, and then came back, scored 17 points in regulation, forced overtime, and then got the win. So tough place to go down there and play against a team that's coming off a very big win. So, and that's a team that only gave up 79 yards passing to Whitewater.
Wow.
Balance is going to be more as important as can be for the Blue Golds, because that defensive backfield looks like it's pretty tough there for lacrosse.
Right. No kidding. So we got that going on. And then, I've already mentioned it a few times here, but that ending to the Regis football game.
An all-timer right there. I don't know if we've ever had a game end on a Hail Mary.
A walk-off Hail Mary, man.
No.
Yeah,
Regis had one a few years ago, about 10 years ago against Grantsburg, where they caught the ball, Sam Forden caught the ball in the playoffs, and then they went for 2 and won the game right after that. Fun, but it wasn't the final play. Right. It wasn't a walk-off win. So that one, JD was there for us, and then the text that he sent right after it, he was like, I don't know what I just saw, but it was great. So that's what you would have a bit. And hats off to Mondovi.
Right.
He played a heck of a game, one play short on it, and just shows you those two teams are going to be really tough when it comes to the playoffs.
Yeah, Friday we had Dr. Crow on, and he's an assistant coach.
You mean
there.
Hall of Famer?
Hall of Famer, Dr.
Go.
Crow, and he was talking about it, because he actually had to leave the Friday night ceremony, to get to Carson Park to be helping coach that game, and he's like,
wow,
yeah. So you can imagine the 48 hours he's probably had, after that. But he was kind of even saying too, and Brandon was saying the same thing. could be for a top seed when it comes to the postseason. That
Oh,
game.
I believe so. I believe so because both those teams have earned a shot at that top seed. I mean, I think Mondovi, even with a loss, it's probably not going to happen now because of the one loss. But Regis, I mean, they with that win, and if they keep things going here the last couple of weeks, I would think should at least have a fighting chance. I never want to predict,
right?
Because every year you're going to see something. And you're like, I don't know how that ended up there. I know they adjusted it after last year. I think if you remember, was the DC Everest getting a 6 seed?
Yeah.
And then watching them
because
run.
you were talking about that quite a bit last year. Yeah.
Watching them run through teams that there's going to be still some that slide down and people are going to be puzzled about. But I think Regis is, they keep things up well on their way to a 1 seed.
Memorial got their first win of the season too,
Yeah.
on their home field as well. So
for homecoming too, it was a fun matchup there, back and forth with Wisconsin Rapids. A lot of air attack and drama going down to the end there, and good for the old Aves. I mean, that's a team that you would watch them and you wouldn't think they're winless this year,
right?
Because they have a lot of talent and just things haven't worked their way. Obviously, the North game the week before, where you're right on the goal line and on the cusp of having a chance to win. And then they come back and get the win. I think that was 2 weeks before, but and then come back and get the win last week. Big for them, and just trying to get some momentum and build it up here at the end of the season.
Right. So we only got a couple weeks left, right?
I know.
Of the high school football season. So I mean, teams kind of at that line, getting close to maybe trying to push it over and getting some more marquee wins to get that playoff spot and such. But it's kind of, I know Brandon was talking a little bit about Friday too, but it is kind of, and you were talking a little bit about it earlier too, a little bit different. We can kind of track those, right? We could kind of track where teams are going to be seated and stuff like that too. Do you like that we're able to do that? Or do you like kind of the surprise element maybe afterwards? Or
I'd much rather kind of have at least you have an idea, so you don't have that, oh my gosh, how did they go from there? So you at least know the rationale going into it. And I think for the teams, I think that helps a lot too, because then they actually have an idea what they need to do and where they're going to be. So I kind of like a little more transparency in it.
Yeah. But we also got, volleyball, I know is still going on here too.
Golf regional, our sectionals are today.
Okay.
So D1's at Stevens Point at the river, Wisconsin River Course. Played that a few times in my day. Not as well as anybody there will play it, but they can all run laps around me. And then up in Spooner is the D2. So got the Elk Mountain Colfax team led by the Kongshogs trying to do the double. And if they can both get down, I think and the biggest thing, not even just them going, is the fact that the team has a chance to go as a team this year. So I think that's going to be Ryan Krall, their head coach. Would love to have that chance to have his team. And he's got that interesting situation where his daughter is going to be golfing at the D1 sectional for Eau Claire North.
Ooh.
So
nice.
I think he's texted sometimes. He's like, it's going to be a busy day on the phones for him, looking at the app there to figure out where things are at. But so next week, Monday and Tuesday, will be state golf there at University Ridge. So exciting times for these golfers, and got a good chance to have a great representation of this area. And obviously Belle Kongshaw going for 3 straight, and maybe her toughest competition, maybe her younger sister. I think that who knows if that storyline plays out, but it's great to see kind of something like that, which I have never seen in my time here.
Right. Cross country I know is going on. We got soccer that's still going on here too. Are we starting to get close to postseason?
Tennis sectional. Their subsectionals are today and tomorrow for D1 and D2, and then the sectionals will be at the Menard Center for D1 on Wednesday, and then D2 on Thursday. So there'll be people heading to state in 2 sports after this week already. And it is amazing because I'm especially like Friday, we're like, oh my gosh, the regular season's almost over for football, and it's 80 degrees out at kickoff. So it's hard to get that in your head. The colors haven't really changed that much yet. But we're there. We're getting towards the the end there. And about a month, for volleyball and stuff, that's still about a month left there. But some of the other sports, it's almost time.
Oh boy. All right. Tell you what, let's take a quick break here. And I want to get some Brewers talk because it's been a couple weeks. So I got to talk Brewers with my guy, JC here, especially after what we saw on Saturday, but also getting set for game 2 tonight. So let's take that quick break and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Back with our guy, Justice Cleveland, sports director, WEAU 13 News this morning. Brewers game 2 tonight, 8:08 against the Chicago Cubbies. We know Imanaga is going to be on the mound for the Cubbies, and then we've got hold on a sec. I don't want anything screwed up here. See, gotta do that there. Trying to play engineer, board op, and on air guy here in a second. Otherwise, that would have went right to a commercial. A little behind the scenes thing. It would have went right to a commercial.
Played me right off.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do that to JC. So, but we saw how game 1 went for the Brewers. I mean, the offense that came out to play. And I know there's still going to be, we had some people say, well, after that, it was pretty much, runners in scoring position, runners on base. They didn't get to manufacture or did get those across, and would have liked to see that happen. And yeah, of course, obviously, but you couldn't ask for a better start to a game and to really kind of cut the snake off at the head, right? I mean, to take the wind out of the sails, or however you want to phrase that with the Cubs.
I think it was, I had some text right away when Peralta gives up the run in the first, like, oh my goodness, it's happening. Peralta's going to have one of those stinker starts. And yeah, then quickly those were erased. So, I mean, for the offense to bounce back after, giving up a run right away, and then not only just bounce back, but just for 2 innings, just dominate the Cubs, get 9 runs. And I don't think tonight's going to be like that. I know there's a lot of people are like, I just have a different feeling about tonight. I think it's going to be a lot closer of a game. I think we're going to have a little pressure cooker of a grinder here. It's almost like the 2018 season. Brewers going with an opening. With Ashby. I mean, they've been stretching him out the whole last 2 months of the season, getting him ready to go a few more innings. And here we go. It's scary to have it happen in the playoffs. But what do you do at this point?
Well, and I think, the interesting part here too is, like, I was one who thought, okay, Priester's going to get game 2, and Priester's more than likely going to come in after Ashby. And the last time we did see this, though, I mean, they did do it with Priester a couple times. DL Hall was the starter.
That's right, yep.
And then Priester would come in. But that was June, July last time we saw that. What do you like? And Ashby did pitch on Saturday. He pitched a little over an inning. I don't think this is a move to try to confuse Craig Counsell.
No. I mean, he's the guy who did this
the
whole time when he was here.
So exactly. And I feel like Pat Murphy and them know we're not doing this to try to throw their life. First of all, they probably would have done it and announced it Saturday or on Sunday. They would have probably waited till, I don't know if there was a deadline to name it or anything like that. But I don't feel like they're fooling or they're going to panic Cubs or the Counsell with this sort of thing. I wonder, do you think it's more so that, all right, Priester's first time in the postseason. It's his, first start, game 2, electric. Maybe to calm the nerves down a little bit?
I think so. I think that in my mind, that's what they're doing. They're like, not that Ashby's got a ton of experience, but he's been with the team throughout the playoff run. So for him, I don't think it'll be as big of a, okay, I have to go out there and throw these first pitches.
Right.
I don't expect him to go more than 2 innings.
Right.
I think you're saying, like, he already pitched an inning a couple of days ago. So I think it's just, he'll come out there. Hopefully he has the electric stuff, gets the job done, and then Priester comes in and then things are a little more calm, because it really will be. I mean, the crowd won't be. I mean, the crowd coming into a first pitch of a game compared to a second inning of a game, it's gonna be a little bit different. So I think it's just one of those. Let's get Priester in there with some good footing and let him go. And then if he can dominate like he's done a lot of the season, it's a good setup there. So I mean, the nightmare situation is Ashby comes in and gives up 3 runs, and you got to go to the bowl. You got to go to Priester
earlier than maybe what you wanted.
I mean, if he's throwing in that first inning, in the bullpen, he's coming out in the second. So I think it's just one of those. It's I don't know how much more of it's a strategy thing on part of playing chess with each other. I think it's more of just a, hey, let's give Priester a chance to come in without so much adrenaline running in. And I think if you're a manager, the guys who maybe the adrenaline can affect them a little bit more. Maybe they know that about Priester.
Right. And I think that's the difference when it comes to baseball managers as opposed to NFL head coaches. You're managing people, right? I think that's where it's in the title. It's manager. It's not necessarily just the X's and O's. You're managing the people aspect of that.
And I don't feel like there's a sport where you're, 162 games regular season. You get to know these guys.
Right.
You're traveling together. And again, football's long season, but I think with that being in a game almost every day that you're together,
Right.
you really learn about what makes these guys tick.
Right. Yep. Exactly. So why not? I mean, I know it's been, but if this is, and it worked too in June and July,
Yeah.
when they did that with DL Hall, it absolutely worked. So I think that's part of the thinking too. If that didn't work early on, maybe they're not doing it like with this, Pat, with this.
Because I'm pretty sure, I mean, obviously the success he had the rest of the season, and they were winning every start that he was in, even if he wasn't a part of the decision, they were winning.
Right.
So I think they feel they got a lot of confidence in him, and even if take that in and get Ashby in there, and then he comes in, I think they feel like there's a formula there that can work. So
Right.
I think the scary thing is obviously the Jackson Chourio injury.
I was just going to ask that. Your thought. I mean, it sounds like, now you listen to Pat Murphy, it sounds detrimental. Like, short, like it's like, oh crap. And then you hear Jackson, it's like, oh, it wasn't that bad that he's casually running some bases yesterday and such. But he says it's not as bad. I'd still be surprised if we see Jackson out there in that lineup.
I think so. I think the only way you see him is in like a pinch hitting, maybe a Kurt Gibson situation.
Kurt Gibson.
Yeah. But I think you give him a little break. If anything, he's not playing the field.
No.
But that, if you change up that DH, that kind of you run into other issues with that as well. So, yeah, I would be surprised if he's in the lineup.
Yeah.
I think you just have him in there as an emergency. Give him at least, you had the day yesterday, you have another day after tonight.
Yep.
So even if if the Cubs were to win this one, it's a 1-1 series. You got a day off. And if you need Chourio, you have him at least rested up for the next game.
And I think what gives the Brewers confidence is two-part. One, I'm assuming then Isaac Collins will get the start.
Right.
Which, I mean, he's a guy who's going to get Rookie of the Year votes. Probably not going to win it, but he's going to get votes for Rookie of the Year. But also, too, I think what gives them confidence to go to a guy like Isaac Collins or just overall, they won their 14 games without Jackson Chourio.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm not saying automatically means they're just going to run the table then without Jackson Chourio. It's not the Ewing effect or anything like that. It's just, I think that comes into play from a mental standpoint, saying, guys, we've done this before.
Right. And I don't think that lineup, a lot of that stuff phases them.
Yeah.
Because it has been a lot of guys just coming in, making a spot start here in the lineup here and there all season.
Right.
And they've stepped up. Most of them have really stepped up the whole time. And there's just been, I feel like every one of those guys had a run where they were the hot bat in the lineup for a while there. You think of like an Andrew Monasterio where there was a point where he was just red hot.
Yep.
And this is a guy who was in Nashville.
Right.
So a lot of these guys were in Nashville at some point this season. So it's just been a lot of fun to see those guys be able to come in. And I think that's just, goes back to that workhorse ethic of, Pat Murphy has of, hey, it's your turn. Go out there and do what you can do.
Right.
And I think that's what this team's done this whole year. So, yeah, I think if you do worry about the lineup going cold because we've seen that so many. I mean, that to me is the biggest thing that's been in my mind of pitching injuries in that lineup.
Yep.
Not being able to hit, but it didn't look like that on Saturday, and I hope that they can keep it going up here on this Monday night.
It looked like watching those first two innings and that offensive approach, it looked like a team, and this is just purely speculation, but it looked like a team that was super focused at the plate.
Yeah.
Like just dialed in, like, okay, we got big goals here, right? I mean, and then when they would have this, I mean, the energy, enthusiasm coming from them, I mean, you could feel it through watching it or listening to it. It was a different type of focus.
They were locked in.
Yes.
And you're never sure about a team that doesn't play that first round, what they're going to come out. But this is a team that maybe I think obviously needed the rest.
Right.
They've had a grind the last month of the season. I mean, the last 2 months, you had the long stretch of games, and then you're battling for that final month. So you had your own, I think you had your own, I say self-inflicted, but you had your own stress from the winning streaks and then playing a huge stretch of games.
Yep.
And then you get into that final month and you're battling, and it got dicey for a while there between the Phillies and that 1 seed, and even the Cubs made a run there for a while. So they've had pressure not only for the playoffs, but they've had pressure in the regular season because they were so successful.
Right.
And people were calling them the best team in baseball. So this team's had pressure. So maybe a couple days off to decompress might have helped them out a little bit here. Maybe it's a little different than football, where we've seen football teams come out flat after having that week off. I think having that long stretch there actually helped the Brewers.
I would agree. I would agree with that. So Looking across Major League Baseball too. I mean, let's give a shout out to Dalton Varsho for the night he had last night too.
Oh,
I mean,
for Toronto to be up 2-0, and there's a lot of people that were kind of worried about them coming into that series, but so far so good. But still a lot of baseball to be played.
2 home runs last night for Mr. Varsho. I mean,
The Varsho.
Ooh, I like that. So, but I mean, if there's another team we're all kind of rooting for, it's probably the Blue Jays. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be just fun if we could somehow Brewers, Blue Jays World Series.
Yeah,
Brewers could get revenge for that 92 season where they almost made the playoffs, but Toronto beat them out.
Yeah.
For all of you who were born, you can remember that season.
Oh man. Tell you what, let's take another break here. Our last segment with JC in the EC. So we'll do. Actually, hold up just one sec. See, I gotta move some stuff around here again. Gotta add a little bit more here, so it doesn't sound too off, weird.
I mean, I do.
I mean, you kind of do, but I wasn't gonna say that. I wasn't gonna be mean to you. So
you can.
So tell you what, let's take a quick break. We'll have a few more minutes here with Mr. JC before he has to go do his job. He's actually going to be talking with Blue Golds here a little bit. So, but first off, quick break, and we will be back after these quick words. Got about 10 minutes left with our guy, Justice Cleveland, sports director extraordinaire, WEAU 13 News. You actually picked a good week to go on your trip because you didn't have to worry about a Packer game either. So
Well, we did have the Dallas game.
Oh, we don't need to. We're on to Cincinnati.
I stayed up till past midnight Eastern time to
Yeah.
watch them
tie.
And
then a couple hours later, I had to come in and talk about a tie.
Yeah.
So it was awesome.
That's how everybody was. Even after the game, you could tell everybody's like, oh,
Yeah.
don't know what to do with yourself. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Thank you. Because I was just going to say that's the exact expression I used was Talladega Nights. When
Yep.
Ricky Bobby's doing the interview. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Right.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt.
Me too.
But so we'll get obviously Cincinnati Packers are going to be at practice, back at practice today. It looks like, but Badgers. They kind of kept it close to Michigan, but I mean, here we are talking about hey, at least they kind of kept
Moral
it close,
victories,
right?
Yeah, it was a lot closer than I even predicted. I thought it was going to be.
I think the line was 17 and a half, and I'm like, yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
And then they got under actually. So
I mean, the defense showed up.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem is that offense isn't doing anything.
They're on their third quarterback.
Yeah, the defense can only do so much, especially against teams like a Michigan, and now you're going to be matching up against a Iowa team that prides themselves on defense. I think it's going to be a low-scoring affair. I think maybe the best chance, other than maybe the Minnesota game, that the Badgers have of getting a win here in the next few games. So
if
they can, obviously now they have no one believes in us.
Yeah,
because there's not a lot of people that have a lot of belief that they can do it.
That's the thing too, is like, okay, if I'm the guys, just play loose. Who cares? Go out. Sometimes that's the most dangerous team when you got a team that doesn't have anything to play for and they go out there and, do what they got to do. So hopefully that's the case. But maybe some Badger fans are at this point saying, no, lose as many, so maybe there will be changes.
I just don't know if any change, at this point, what is a change in the middle of the season going to do other than just for your fan base, give you something to like, hey, there we go. We got rid of them. Now we got to play the rest of the season and not have I don't know if it does anything at this point.
And still the buyout to me is just going to be way, way, way too much.
Yeah.
25, unless somebody again pops in with a boatload of cash.
Right. I mean, you could have one of those donors. It's just like, okay, here, I get so mad.
Yep.
That they all pony up the money like that. But
I don't see it
I
happening.
don't see it happening either.
Nope. No, not at all. I mean, it was kind of a weird. I mean, Penn State loses to UCLA too.
Right.
So
There was a few upsets there over the weekend.
Yeah, it was nuts. So, but really quick back to the Packers. What I wanted to kind of get your gauge on before we let you go here is, okay, bye week coming a thing that you kind of want to see different, or one thing that maybe has you kind of excited for this team coming off after the bye week.
I think we got to see the intensity back up on that defense. I mean, they got kind of embarrassed there in the second half.
Yep.
By Dallas. Dallas was just moving wherever they wanted to go. So you really want to see that. And I think teams have kind of realized that the defensive backfield maybe not what it looked like the first 2 weeks of the season.
Right.
So I think there's got to be a little bit of change in that philosophy and get a little more pressure, because obviously when they got pressure, they played a lot better. And hopefully Micah Parsons is a little more healthy, get his snaps back up there a little bit more. Offensively, I mean, I like this being able to spread the ball off, maybe a couple more, a few more big plays.
Yep.
And Jordan Love just don't hold the ball. Like, you're holding the ball, but you're not moving. You can't take those sacks.
Right.
So, yeah, it's just there's little things. I don't think, by any means you can write everything off after that Dallas game.
Right.
But, I mean, we've watched these teams after 4 weeks now. Things have changed a lot for some of these teams from week one. Detroit looks like the team that we thought they were. And a lot of times defense is ahead of the offense when it comes, especially when you don't have preseason games as much anymore. So we saw that, and now the offenses are starting to come through. So it's going to bring trouble if that defense can't shore things up.
I'm excited to maybe potentially see a bigger role for Micah Parsons in terms of if they get a little bit more familiar with each other, because I feel like he's a guy you could move around the defense and not just pigeonhole him to a 4-3 defensive end. And I know he talked about it after the Dallas game. I'm going to use this time to kind of talk to Hafley, because I know some people kind of brush it to the side, but it's he showed up a week before the season.
Yeah,
and it's kind of been a whirlwind sort of thing. I think the more comfortable the defensive staff gets with him, like, okay, this guy we could do this. It's going to have a trickle down effect, because I could see instances where it's like, okay, we're we're gonna have Parsons do this. Maybe that opens up something for Cooper to be a
Right.
little creative, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you
going
think about
forward.
the whirlwind he's been in. Gets there,
Mhm.
plays right away.
Yep.
They have a short week
Yep.
to the next game, and then you go into this, a game against your former team.
Yeah.
Just something swirling the whole time for him. So having this week off, I hope for him, like you said, he gets a chance to maybe more one-on-one time
Yep.
with Hafley after they're doing some of the reviews of the games, stuff
Right.
like that. And yeah, I think that it definitely should help him.
Mhm.
If anybody, the most, it might be him that it helps.
I agree. Like, a lot of times we don't like the early bye week. I just feel like when you factor in the acquisition of Parsons and then a little bit with the offensive line and the health or the
Yeah.
health issues,
Oh, yeah.
it came at a good time. The only downfall is like it's going to be a long, grueling stretch. You have a mini bye with Thanksgiving, but still, it's going to be a long stretch here with no relief, no vacation.
Yeah, that early buy it's double-edged sword where now you got some guys getting healthy, but yeah, like you said, there's really no relief here until the end of the season. So it's going to be a grinder for everybody on that team.
It is. So, but I do think, I don't know your thoughts, but I do think, back to Love here quick before I let you go. There's been I think a lot of criticism surrounding him, but overall, I think he's had a solid season.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at the numbers and such. I guess I don't quite get some of the fans' criticism. Is it just because the bar's so high?
I think so.
Playing quarterback in Green Bay.
I mean, if you look at what he did in those final couple drives in Dallas,
Mhm.
let him down there. I don't think it's his fault. The clock management.
Yeah.
I mean, that goes to, I think, the coaching staff there and that overtime. And you had a chance there for more plays, and
Mhm.
so those are more on, I think, coaching staff a little bit too. So I think he's been solid. I think he's a guy you can count on if you need like that drive. He plays well in those pressure situations. So
Right.
I
agree.
I like what he's doing out there.
I do too. So, all right, dude. I know you got to get going and actually do your job now. So we appreciate you stopping by the new digs. Brandon's going to be upset because Brandon's been waiting months.
Yeah.
And you get the first one.
All that hard work,
Yep.
Brandon. Where'd it get you?
So take that, Brandon. So he was a day too late.
Guy shows up most of the time.
No. Hey, we appreciate it as always, buddy. Glad to have you back too.
Well, thank you.
And that good stuff here too. So, tell Rob I said hi. Okay. Tell Coach.
Will do.
Is it because you're doing football, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, all right. Tell you what, gonna take a quick break here. Let me just got to move a couple things here quick. Just hold on 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay. All right. We'll take that quick break and we'll be back to actually wrap up the program coming up after these. Maybe quick. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Quick
The Dan
words.
Kasper Show.
Yeah. All right, wrapping up things. Our final segments for this Monday morning. We're going to get to some picks here in just a second. Final call if you want to chime in with your picks for for all the baseball games tonight. We've got Cubs, Brewers. We've got Dodgers, Phillies. Who are you rolling with? Who are you rolling with? Hit me up with a quick text, 715-830-1912. I did want to get to this little fun nugget that C-Bomb tweeted out at us. C-Bomb saying here really quick, that's crazy. Every home team except the Colts lost this week. That is insane. That absolutely is insane to say that every home team except for the Colts lost this weekend. Well, right now, right? We'll see what happens with tonight's Monday Night Football contest between the Jaguars and the Chiefs. So let's get to it. Let's do some picks. I'm going to start it off with the NFL. I'm going to roll with the Chiefs. I'm going to roll with the Chiefs tonight to pick up their third victory, prove to 3-2. Jaguars will fall to 3-2. Baseball-wise, let's just do our two playoff games. Blake Snell, Luzardo. I'm going to go with the Phillies to bounce back and get a victory and even up this series at 1 apiece. It looked like, at least on TV when I was watching that game, that atmosphere was electric too. But, anybody, again, who's played a sport, I always loved to play on the road. And hush up the opposing crowd. I love that. So, well, that Dodgers had to feel pretty good about that. Cubs, Brewers, Imanaga, Ashby, then Priester afterwards. Why not? Brew Crew, baby. Let's do it. I want to see this. Now, I want. Sounds like I'm a spoiled brat here. But I would love to see this Brewers team come in and put up a crooked number again. Put up an absolute crooked number. Give Quinn Priester an early lead when he comes in second, third inning. If the Brewers could do what they did, any team, if any team could do what the Brewers did the first couple innings, chances are they're probably going to come away with a victory. But if that offense can put up some crooked numbers early, give them some early run support, I feel good. I feel good handing the ball off to Priester with a lead. I think that's a big key, though, handing the ball off to him with a lead. So I'm looking at this offense to jump out early again. And if Jackson Chourio doesn't play tonight, which I think we can all assume he's not going to play tonight, Isaac Collins isn't just going to be a guy that is going to fully replace what Jackson Chourio can do from the plate. Now, Isaac Collins had a fantastic year for a rookie. He's easily one of the reasons why the Brewers are in this position. But even with Jackson Chourio in the lineup, Jackson Chourio is not like the main guy that, it all lies on his shoulders. This team is built where it takes a collective effort. And I fully believe that this Brewers team, even without Jackson in the lineup, a lot of teams might be like a little bit down in the dumps. Maybe a little like, oh, man. But this team is so tight, and they have the experience to fill in when a guy goes down, for that next guy to step up and rise to the challenge. They did it when Chourio was out for that extended amount of time. They won 14 games in a row with him. They've done it. Other guys have stepped up at different points. The team as a whole, as a collective unit, went out there and got the job done. And I think they can rely on that experience where it's going to come from the mental side of things for them. Like, hey, we don't need to panic. We're good. Yeah, it stinks that Jackson's potentially not going to be out there with us. but we got a lot of good ball players on this team. And I think the Brewers and Pat Murphy and the entire team have a ton of confidence in Isaac Collins. But it's got to be a collective effort. It was going to be a collective effort anyways with Chourio in the lineup, for crying out loud. But I think this is a heck of a moment, too, for a guy like Isaac Collins. I think it's a heck of a moment for him. .808 first pitch. A little bit of a late game tonight. A little bit of a late night for all of us, but hopefully tomorrow it'll mean that we're in for a Victory Tuesday. And hopefully we're not grinding our gears too much on a Grind My Gears Tuesday. But, man, I feel like if the Brewers come away with a W tonight, I'm feeling I'm feeling comfortable. I'm feeling confident we're going to be moving on to the NLCS. It ain't over till it's over. And the Brewers operate on a game-by-game approach. One win at a time, and that's exactly the way they got to go about it. But as a fan, they get that W tonight, I'm feeling really good about our shots moving on. I'm feeling really good. All right. Couple texts to wrap it up here this morning. We've got Ben chiming in with a 5-3 victory for the Brewers tonight. He's going with William Contreras to have a game tonight with a home run and a few RBIs. Another texter is going to go with this texter's name is Ben. Ben is going to go. Quinn Priester has himself a game, goes 6 innings, shutout ball to lead the Brewers to a 2-1 victory tonight. I think everybody who has chimed in has probably picked the Brewers to win. I don't think we've had one Cubs fan that's had the courage yet to kind of to chime in and say that they're going to win tonight. So a couple more predictions here, bold predictions we got going on here. We've got Chad saying bold prediction, Yelich with 2 home runs tonight. Another bold prediction. We've got Sal Frelick and Joey Ortiz each get a home run. That is from another Dan out there. So a couple more here before we get cut off with the shot clock here. We've got Quinn Priester goes 7 strong innings. Aaron Ashby pitches the first 2. Quinn Priester shuts it down with the next 7, picks up the win. Brewers move on to Game 3 undefeated. I think that's what it's supposed to say. But then we got Sean coming in here too. Our last bold prediction. Sean says Joey Ortiz. A lot of people picking Joey Ortiz for their bold predictions today. But Sean's going to go with Joey Ortiz with 4 RBIs from the bottom of the order. That'll make the difference in this game. 6-5 victory for the Brewers. I like it. I like it a lot. Later on this morning, the Packers will be returning to practice. We'll see who's going to be on the practice field coming off their bye week. Will Christian Watson, will that window open for Christian Watson? That practice window. If it does, then the Packers have 21 days, 3 weeks for them to decide whether to activate him or put him back on the injured list and end his season. I think we all probably know it's going to be him coming back up on the active roster. But maybe some other names to pay attention to, like Marshawn Lloyd. Will Marshawn Lloyd potentially return to practice today? Because the 4 weeks are up there too. So that's the other thing with the bye week, having it on week 5. 4 weeks in, some of these guys are on the injured list or the PUP list. Hey, they could be back at practice here. So I think those are the 2 names to really check out. Watson, of course, everybody's going to be paying attention to see if 9 is out there on the field. Everybody's going to be paying attention to that. But Marshawn Lloyd could be a nice little key to add to this. If Marshawn Lloyd is able to go, that adds a little bit more of an element to that offense. Maybe, and this is on the heels too. Remember, Manuel Wilson had himself a really good game against the Cowboys. He had himself a solid game. But if they could get Lloyd, I'm not ready to give up on him. I'm not ready to give up on Marshawn Lloyd. I know he's been dealing with some hamstring issues, and just the guy just dealt with some incredibly bad luck. But that'd be kind of a nice little arsenal or another thing to add to the arsenal here. It's going to be a long stretch after this bye week, but they'll be back at practice. We'll see who's out there. Again, I wouldn't expect anything earth-shattering whenever LaFleur does talk to the media and such. It's going to be a typical Matt LaFleur press conference and all that stuff. So coming up tomorrow, it is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what is grinding your gears, peeps? What is grinding your gears? Let us know tomorrow from 6A to 10A. Hopefully it's not about the Brewers. Hopefully we're going to be more about positivity tomorrow. And hopefully it'll be a Victory Tuesday. But sure, there's probably something else that's grinding your gears. Maybe we'll direct that energy more towards Badger football and continue to direct that. Speaking of which, we'll have RJ Cardinal joining us tomorrow as well. So we'll talk some Badgers with him. Is he all about the moral victories right now? Hey, they had it close, I guess. Have yourself a fantastic day. Same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll talk to you then.